10 minutes. Please kindly take your seat. And for those joining us virtually, get yourself comfortable and we will see you soon.
my name is Mas Waditya from Indonesia. I would like to explain about our lovely IP named Fun Cichan. A few years ago, I have a new job as a bedtime storyteller for my two lovely kids. I have an idea to create our own character. The formula was kelinci. In English, we call it rabbit. That rabbit was my son's pet. Sadly, it died, got bitten by wild cat. Plus, this is my son who had pony hairstyle. His name is Achan. Kelinci plus Achan equals Cichan. This is my spontaneous bedtime story drawing, and I have a lot of it. Long story short, I got a deal with one of the biggest publishers in Indonesia. Until now, we already made more than 50 book titles. There is a lot of mom and dads in Indonesia who love this kind of books. For example, Kaidan's mom. She said that Kaidan loved to read Cichan. Now Kaidan proudly could tell his mom that he wants to go to the toilet to get a pee. There are two main places in Cichan's stories. Home, that you can meet his parent and his sister. And school, that you can meet his diverse friend from human, animal to monster. Based on famous fruit in Indonesia, a rose apple, we make a signature, a rose apple nose style. We implemented to all characters in Cichan universe. We do a 360 marketing from music, video, comic to games. There are three messages in Cichan stories: positive values, imagination, and creativity. So Cichan is for preschool 2 to 6 years old, and 60% of our audience is female. We make contents according to what parents experience with their children. For example, we made a content about my kids don't like to eat veggies. We've got 1.2 million views. Or my kids always mess up the room. We've got 1.3 million views. My kids cry easily. We've got 3.1 million views. Meet our loyalist Team Cichan. We've got a mail from a mom or reviewing our books from 4-year-old boy. We've got a lot of unbelievable expression and reaction from Team Cichan. There is a top layer of Team Cichan. We call it Team Cichan Hardcore, who celebrate their birthday with Cichan theme. So our goals right now is to expand eyeballs about Cichan nationally and globally. We call it Cicanization.
Karya dari Naila. Wah, gambarnya bagus ya. Wah, karya dari Kaila dan Dava.
Ding 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 ding. Mana? Cican? Wah, di sini banyak bukunya Cican.
So let's do Cicanization together, from making animated series, toys, cafe, international brand, fashion, theme park, and other Cichan's dreams. So let's collaborate.
you understand their stories and where they're coming from, these rural communities, I think it gives you a deeper understanding of what they need to be able to grow. And when they grow, we grow. Hi, my name is Aparna Saxena. I'm CEO of Toraja Mello. Toraja Mello is an impact business based in Indonesia, and we work with women artisan weaving communities in the east of Indonesia, primarily focused in Entebbe and South Sulawesi. So I would say being a sustainable brand globally itself is tough, but I believe with more awareness it's becoming easier. Specific to Indonesia, I think again it's about awareness creation, it's about addressing the mindset, because the moment I think the market or the people think sustainable, they think, oh, it's going to be expensive, it's going to be mahal, so yeah, I cannot wear it daily, and it's not something that's going to be functional, right? Because sustainability, being green, being ethical is associated with being expensive. And I think that's the mindset change that needs to be addressed, because what happens with sustainability is that it lasts longer. So versus fast fashion, where you wear fast, it gets worn out fast and you buy again, slow fashion or sustainable brands actually last long and give higher and longer customer lifetime value. Ethos is community, quality and compassion. The world needs you, we need you. Join the movement and become local heroes.
Kumata.
Hanoi, the city for peace. Hanoi, the city of creativity. But Hanoi is also a city of 1,000 years of civilization, known for its unique culture and folk traditions. Craft villages, especially Wat Phúc traditional silk village, are among those values that Hanoi needs to maintain and preserve. However, the traditional vitality of Wat Phúc has withered due to the development of the technology era. They have to apply more tech machines in the production. Folk painting from Dong Ho and Han Chung village appear less and less today because the demand is decreasing rapidly. Economic development is inevitable, but how to develop without losing unique traditions of craft villages is a difficult question. As a tourist attraction, environmental factors are also extremely important for Wat Phúc. Monthly, the village discharges hundreds of kilograms of silk fabric, causing a significant negative impact on the surrounding environment. The problems to solve are there, but who is willing to solve them? According to UNDP, the employment rate for differently abled people in Vietnam aged 15 and over is 36%, which means, in average, over 7 out of 10 differently abled people are unemployed. Lê Việt Cường, a differently abled person with the desire to help his community get a stable income from useful work, decided to go around Hà Đông district to recruit a team of differently abled people to together with him bear the solutions. Through survey and experimentation, Wood Art was born in the middle of Wat Phúc, wishing to solve the problems of the silk village and, simultaneously, overcome unemployment rates for differently abled people. Silk grafts from the textile factories with the techniques of silk grafting by skillful hands of differently abled workers at Wood Art are now turned into beautiful, unique products. Folk paintings, the masterpieces of Vietnamese culture, are now revived by the artisans of wood art with those colorful scraps in áo dài, t-shirts, bags, paintings, and etc. Besides, wood art develops experiential tours to introduce traditional craft villages to many domestic and foreign tourists. They will get opportunities to visit the traditional silk production activities of Vạn Phúc and then return to wood art to join the silk crafting work with the special artisans of wood art's family. First, through the silk crafting activities inspired by folk paintings and experiential tours, wood art helps preserve the folk painting culture of Vietnam, maintain traditions of the craft village, protect the environment, and especially provide differently abled people with sustainable jobs.
Karya dari Naila. Wah, gambarnya bagus ya. Wah, karya dari Kaila dan Dava.
Ding 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 ding. Mana? Cican? Wah, di sini banyak bukunya Cican.
Another good morning from Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum panel discussion. For those who just joined today, we are on the second day of the event. Yesterday, we had 3 sessions with distinguished panelists with whom we exchanged views and had discussions on the economic potential of ASEAN creative economy, on digital economic policies we need to accelerate economic development in ASEAN, and on corporate governance in creating a sustainable digital creative economy in ASEAN. You can watch our previous sessions and this live session streaming on YouTube and also on our website. While visiting the website, remember to check out the virtual showcase of ASEAN creative products available only until Tuesday, November 23rd. Today, we will have the last 2 sessions of the panel discussion, also with distinguished panelists and moderators. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, to commence, please welcome our moderator, Bapak Teguh, Director for Industry, Tourism, and Creative Economy from the Ministry of National Development Planning, Indonesia. Without further ado, Bapak Teguh, the time is yours.
Good morning to all of you, distinguished panelists, guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to moderate this session. This is the 4th panel discussion that we are going to exchange views on how creative economy can contribute to the achievement of SDGs and how we can also work together to create an inclusive ecosystem for creative economy. First of all, I would like also to highlight that the discussion today will focus on several key questions. This is very tough for the panelists, but this is the serious thing that we need to have for the discussion. The first is that what are creative economy sectors that might potentially contribute to the achievement of SDGs? And then because there are many means that we can implement, whether IPR, cultural preservation, labor protection, which one of these enablers can support us to achieve SDGs. And lastly, for the policymaker, how to narrow the gap towards the fulfillment of SDGs through creative economy. Today, I'm here with the three panelists that will share with you their views on how digital creative economy in ASEAN plays a significant role in sustainable development goals. First, I would like to invite the first speaker. She's Sylvie Forbin, Deputy Director General from World Intellectual Property Organization. She holds her master degree in international economics and also international relations, and another educational background related to classic and literature. She's going to address some aspect related to international intellectual property rights. So, are we ready? She's joining us through online, and let's us hear what the IPR, how IPR as one of the means to achieve SDGs and support digital creative economy ecosystem. Time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to convey the greetings of the Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, Mr. Darren Tang, and to contribute to the ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum. Indeed, in the United Nations Year of the Creative Economy, there could be no better topic than the one that you have defined for this forum: foster creative economy policy for sustainable economic development. WIPO has a long-standing commitment to the creative economy, and this area has become an important focus in our relations with the ASEAN member states. Just over a year ago, we invited the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia to deliver an opening statement at the WIPO Global Digital Content Market. You will not be surprised to hear from me that intellectual property is very much at the heart of the creative economy. We are delighted to note that there is evidence of the growing use of intellectual property system among Southeast Asia countries. We are engaging in an important partnership with ASEAN to upgrade and develop the copyright infrastructure, and in particular, the system of collective management of copyright and related rights in the countries of the region. We are working with the Philippines in improving the collective management of rights in the field of music. We are supporting Malaysia in setting up an organization to manage the rights of reprography. A new initiative in WIPO in promoting cooperation among publishers within the so-called publisher circle is ongoing, with the participation of several countries from ASEAN, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, and the second performance coaching program is just taking place this week. An important project related to the enhanced use of intellectual property by the mobile application developers has involved the Philippines. Moreover, Indonesia is going to be a major beneficiary of the new project of our Committee of Intellectual Property and Development on the role of the intellectual property in the creative economy, starting in January next year. Indeed, building up the infrastructure and engaging in cooperation activities is a priority in our relation with ASEAN. A sustainable creative economy cannot be built without a solid copyright regulatory framework. And it gives me great pleasure to mention that Vietnam has just presented at WIPO headquarters its instrument of accession to one of the modern treaties regulating copyright in the digital environment, the WIPO Copyright Treaty. The creative economy has also reinforced the need of having accurate data and statistics in the creative sector. With regard to this, WIPO is launching a new cooperation project with ASEAN, targeting the development of appropriate and adapted to your regional needs frameworks for data collection, data analysis, and data administration related to the creative economy. We look forward to interacting with your experts on this. The pandemic has had a profound impact in many aspects. It has raised many challenges and questions, but also accelerated a number of processes. Let me focus today on the positive aspects. We have all come to understand better that our future is very much digital. The global online trade has boomed, and all creative economies which rely on digital distribution and consumption have performed better. Sectors like video games, mobile applications, and streaming services have seen related growth in the current context. But the sustainability of the online environment, which facilitates the distribution of intangible products across frontiers, requires that copyright is an integral part of this new ecosystem. We have also seen that they are all very much interconnected. In the current environment, we learn much faster from each other on how to use innovative business models for monetizing creativity. Creative resources have always been in abundance in your part of the world. The issue is to learn how to monetize these creative expressions and use the intellectual property-based solutions to generate more revenues for creators and right holders. I hope that this forum will provide new, innovative, and interesting ideas which can help unveil the potential of the creative economy in your region. I hope finally to see many of you in person in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvie Forbin, Deputy Director General from World Intellectual Property Organization. She highlights that the future of us is about digitalization, and we rely pretty much on the distribution and production as well as the consumption that will be supported by digitalization. And IP is an important part on how we can provide conducive and also inclusive ecosystem for creative economy. I would like to apologize that I forgot to introduce the speakers that are joining me in this hybrid meeting. We are happy to have Selina Agaton, Executive Director, Creative Economic Council of the Philippines, here together in this venue, and also Pak Abdul Hadi, Senior Consultant for Bank Indonesia, Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. Welcome. And now I would like to move into to invite Pak Neil Muhammad Neil L. Himam, Deputy Chairman for Digital Economy and Creative Products from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, to provide the presentation related to what the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy have done in supporting the creation of a conducive digital creative ecosystem. First, I would like to read his CV. Pak Neil has been in the Ministry of Tourism since February 2020. Before, he's the Director for ICT Infrastructure in the Indonesian Agency for Creative Economy. And he's also involved in the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology quite some time, Pak. And he holds a master's degree in industrial engineering as well as in a bachelor degree in mechanical engineering. Now I would like to welcome Pak Neil to provide the presentation, and your time is about 20 minutes. Pak Neil, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Teguh, Pak Leonardo Teguh. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, panelists, and good morning for all the participants. Can I just share my screen by myself, if it is possible? All right. Again, good morning, everyone. I'm here to present to you with the topic of digital transformation in the new normal era for the development of a creative economy. So we define our creative economy based on the law number 24/2019 as the materialization of added values from intellectual property born of human creativity based on culture, science, and technology. So we have 17 subsectors of creative economy, from application, game development, architecture, interior design, visual design, product design, fashion, film, animation, video, photography, craft, culinary, music, publishing, advertisement, performing arts, fine art, as well as the content of television and radio. So this is all the 17 subsectors that we are dealing with that we try to develop, and we try to develop the ecosystem for. And for us, for the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, for the medium-term development national plan, we do have several objectives that we need to achieve. The first one is strengthening the entrepreneurship and SMEs and cooperative. We also need to increase the value added, employment, investment in the real sector and industrialization, as well as we need to increase the export of high added value and strengthening the domestic component level, or the domestic component level. In this case, of course, the creative economy plays important roles. Because all of our products are based on the content, the local content level is of course is very high. And the last one is we need to strengthening the pillar of economic growth and competitiveness. All these objectives are derived into more detailed programs and activities that we need to do in the government. Let's take a look at a little bit the Indonesian digital landscape. As we know, as we probably know, we have about 274 million population. And the most interesting part, of course, for us, if we talk about the digital economy, is the number of the internet users, which are already beyond 200 millions, or 73% of population. And we need to see this as a strong point, as well as for us, we need to see this as, of course, as market as well for us, especially for our SMEs, creative creators, for them to be able to sell their products, to exhibit their product and sell their product. As well as monetize that product. So this is the number that we are dealing with, and this is, I think, have a great potential for us, of course, to fulfill the need of the market. Now of course we do have some problems if we talk about digital or creative economy, because most of our SMEs has many challenges. For example, in terms of ICT, only about 9% of our SMEs utilize ICT optimally. Most of our SMEs doesn't have legal entities. Hopefully this is going to be changed by the new omnibus law about the creation of jobs, and of course IPR is also a big challenge for us, because right now we only have about 80 less than 12% that own IPR. At least it's like a brand, for example, and 92%, more than 92% still use their own capital in developing their businesses. And the average revenues of our SMEs is almost 90% are lower than 300 million rupiah per year. This is rupiah, of course, not dollars. Now the pandemic also brought us some significant impact, especially in the digital transformation. It actually accelerated the digital transformation of our nation. And one of the big program that we have from last year, the president himself launched this program. It's called the Bangga Buatan Indonesia, or Be Proud of Indonesian Made. And as we know, according to our Census Bureau, we have around 60 million, more than 60 million micro and SMEs. And with this program was targeted to have additional 2 million at the end of the last year, 2 million micro SMEs to be on board to digital platforms. And of course, actually, it was a success in terms that we do exceed the target by almost 100%, close to 3.7 million business units. And by 2023, we hope to have about 30 million micro SMEs to be on board into the digital platforms. And this is actually a really good program in terms that everybody, especially government institution, works together, synergize with digital platforms, banks, and other institutions to make this happen. And hopefully this can continue and also become more successful and reach not only the output but also the impact, outcome and impact of the program in terms of strengthening the local economy. Other government support and programs, this is in our ministries, especially for the creative economy. We do have training for creative economy actors in terms of mentorship for supply and demand side of the management, digital marketing, export, import, taxation. And we do also have incubation program for this is Baparekraf Digital Entrepreneurship, and then Baparekraf for Startup. We also have this program of creating and developing startups. BDT is Baparekraf Digital Talents. This is basically capacity building for improving the skills of our digital talents. Accelerasi is a program for incubation for creative products, especially in the music, film, and art, performing art in the tourism destinations. We do also have, since the creative economy now based on IPR, we need to educate and as well as educate and facilitate the masses for the IPR registration, in terms of geographic indication and brand, as well as monetization of the IP itself. Other facilitation that we provide for our stakeholders, for example, is Bedah Desain Kemasan, is basically packaging makeover for our SMEs, and I think this is also good since usually, for example, snacks, our traditional snacks, for example, are packaged in plastics. Now we try to educate. We work together with the Indonesian Association for Graphic Designer, for example, so to help our micros SMEs to redesign their packaging so that more aesthetically more have more value added, as well as more environmentally friendly. And Bedah Gerai is a similar thing, but this is the Gerai is the shop itself, so that we do makeover for the shop, for the cafe, restaurants, and to have it more hygienic, for example, and pleasant to see, of course. BIP is bantuan insentif pemerintah. This is capital grant for additional capital for our creative micro SMEs. Marketing itself, of course, we try to optimize international directory. We do also have optimization of targeted advertisement, facilitation for domestic and foreign exhibition, of course. This is the example of what I was talking about, Bedakan, makeover of culinary packaging design. Last year, we do have 75 brands to be makeover, as you can see here, before and after of the makeover. And this we work with the Association of these graphic designer of Indonesia. Bapak Digital Entrepreneurship, basically we try to improve the business fundamental literacy for the micro SMEs, as well as improving digital literacy, trying to improve the added value of the product, as well as the number of transactions on the e-commerce platform that we have. So it includes the training, mentoring, as well as monitoring. At this time, last year and this year, we do have it for fashion, culinary, as well as craft. On IPR, the law also stipulated that we do need to have a government regulation on IP-based financing, as well as IP-based product marketing. So this is one of the realization of those government regulation. So as we know, Indonesia is right now the licensing industry has get potential, but in terms of utilization itself, the usage is still far from the best outcomes. So that's foreign IPR in Indonesia itself are most likely to be seen in Indonesia. So this is one of the example of our IP that have been from our program for the marketing program for IP that already being used by our local companies for marketing their product. For the digital economy itself, in terms of building the ecosystem, we do have end-to-end ecosystem building. For example, like this is the Baparekraf Developer Day, bridges developer with the cutting-edge technology, and particularly for the application games and the web and the Internet of Things. Baparekraf Digital Talent is the continuation of the BDD in terms of whoever wants to get certification for certain skills, then he or she can do this through the BDT. Backup and Baparekraf already mentioned before. I would like to a bit emphasize because the previous speakers talk about game, for example. We do have right now we are trying to develop our game industry ecosystem. So we have started this for quite a long time, about 4 or 5 years ago. With, for example, one of the initiative that we have is Baparekraf Game Prime. This is showcasing local game dev to local to local Indonesian, because right now in Indonesia the value, the market size of the game industry is close to 1.7 billion US dollar, and more than 99%, I guess, I think is not foreign games, not local games. So we do have a homework to finish in terms of trying to create ecosystem that support our local game dev. In one sense, in another sense, we also provide our creative industry players to exhibit or to try to export their product, and we participate in some of the, for example, Gamescom and Game Connection America for game industry, where our local game dev can interact and try to make business deals with international publishers, other game devs as well. So I think that's it, Pak Teguh, and all the audience for my presentation. And thank you very much for having me on the for presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Neil. And Pak Neil is joining us from Lombok, an island next to Bali. And hopefully Pak Neil can also see the World Superbike event in Indonesia. Is it true?
No, I'm in Jakarta, Pak Teguh.
Oh, you are in Jakarta. Sorry, because I was informed you are in Lombok. Thank you, Pak Neil, for the presentation. So Pak Neil has shared with us different programs that have been provided by the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. And the programs are targeted to improve, to provide the solution for several challenges faced by particularly MSMEs in creative economy, including ICT, IPR, formalization, access to finance, as well as the low level of income. And with digitalization, the Ministry of Tourism has provided different solution, whether it is through business incubation, acceleration, as well as using IPR-based for marketing. The first two presenters today have discussed many components of how we can accelerate and also contribute for the creation of a conducive and inclusive ecosystem. But later on, Selina, we are going to talk about the topic of today's panel, whether these different programs can help create a better ecosystem so that digital creative economy can contribute to the achievement of SDGs. First, I would like to read on your CV. Selina Agaton, she holds the bachelor degree in psychology, equity studies, and photography from the University of Toronto. She has many experience in global consultancy related to strategy, policy, and programs in different areas, whether it's about film, art gallery, and then museum, relative many and culture. And she leads programs for World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and APEC Canada Growing Business Partnership. She's currently live in Bali. Hopefully she enjoys staying in Bali. And she's now will provide us with some of the perspective on how digital creative economy in ASEAN plays a significant role in achieving sustainable development goals. Your time is 20 minutes, Selina. Time is yours.
Terima kasih, Bapak Leonardo. Maayong buntag, magandang umaga, salamat pagi to my ASEAN community here. I have to explain that I grew up in the 70s in Jakarta, in the 80s and 90s in Manila, and then spent 20 years in Toronto. So all these experiences really shaped and informed my life's work. When I was based in Toronto, I wanted to answer some fundamental questions, where why is some of the most important work being done from the development community, from the creative community, sometimes the most difficult to fund and to prioritize. And so while I was based in Toronto, I had worked with the 7,000 nonprofits in the Ontario region, the 3 levels of government, and the 200 corporations and additional foundations that were headquartered in Toronto, plus the wealth of the volunteer community that existed in the region. And so it was during this time where I simply worked very closely with the creative community and wanted to understand what were the barriers that prevented them from focusing just on the good work that they do. And it was very basic, from the simplest art supplies and school supplies for our program. And so one by one, I started establishing just basic discounts. I wanted to find an organization that had ISO certification for environmental management and provided a lot of green items. And when I found that organization, I found out they were actually the government supplier. So I asked them, okay, for the government of Ontario, how much is the discount that you give them? And they said it was 80%. So I said, for our 7,000 nonprofits, can you please provide that discount so they can have more affordable school, arts, and office supplies? And they said yes. So one by one, from the t-shirts that we all use for our fundraising activities, to insurance, to even the garbage that needs collecting from the many events, I started tackling each one of these different challenges. And then came the funding issue, which I see continuing today, where so many organizations struggle with the grant process, constantly applying and spending resources to apply for funding, but just very small bits of funding that's exhausting and draining on their resources. So in Toronto, I had categorized the data that the nonprofits needed from the short-term to the long-term basis, and then spoke to the donors and said, I know you have your mandates and whatever trends, political affiliations that you prefer to fund these certain things, but in reality, this is actually what the community needs. And this was still at the very early stages of corporate social responsibility, and being very Canadian, many of the funders said, yes, we'll redirect our funding toward the real actual needs of the community. It was also during this time that I became involved with the civic technology community. Civic technology meaning that our tools and resources are free and open source, they're beautifully designed, and they're really made to support civic engagement, so they're not prioritizing revenue and profit. And it was this time in Canada where the Haiti earthquake also happened, and we were able to use free and open source mapping tools using OpenStreetMap to help the community directly while living in Canada, because Canada has the largest population of Haitians outside of Haiti. And it was during this whole system where I saw mapping as a way to really visualize and then prioritize, coordinate, and more importantly, monitor the progress of activities. This was the missing link to the work that I was doing to create these self-sustaining creative spaces. And also, many people aren't aware that Toronto is actually home to 25 large-scale and self-sustaining creative spaces. And it's a model that I kept saying I wanted to bring back home, I wanted to bring back to serve my country. And so after Super Typhoon Haiyan in 2013, I returned to the Philippines. And now I'm the executive director of the Creative Economy Council of the Philippines. I just joined a few months ago. And our goal is to grow the Philippine economy through creativity, through the research, policy, and programming work that we do. And we have some exciting initiatives happening in the sector right now through the leadership of Congressman Tof de Venecia. We have the Creative Industries Bill currently being reviewed in Senate. And we also have the Freelancers Bill that provides protections to an often exploited community. So part of that is also to raise awareness on a beautiful policy we have in the Philippines called the Barangay, which is in Bali, it's like the Banjar, the Barangay Microbusiness Enterprise designation. And this is a law that was enacted in 2002 that allows micro, small, and medium enterprise with assets less than $60,000, which in the Philippines is 99.99999%, to actually gain tax-free status. And that's such a powerful tool because many of us, many of the communities I work with have a fear and a perception of taxation. And meanwhile, we have this beautiful legislation that allows you to register as tax-free, but also to access loans, credit, training, and other programs. So one of the challenges, knowing that policymakers are joining us today, is that we may have beautiful policies, but we also need adequate and funded implementation budgets. Otherwise, there is very low awareness of these initiatives that can truly help creative industry, especially during the pandemic. So a lot of these challenges I wanted to talk to you about today because we cannot achieve the sustainable development goals, because the key word is sustainable, without addressing these key issues. Next slide. Okay, so the first challenge that we've seen, and I saw this during Typhoon Haiyan, when we have, especially in areas in ASEAN, so many of us have such high disaster and climate change risk. And there are so many multiple local initiatives, regional initiatives, national initiatives, and then when there's an emergency, the international organizations descend into our communities. And it's often a tangle of public and private sector. It's very difficult to communicate, share data, share learnings. And, can you pause, go back, please? I'm not done yet. So being able to untangle all of that and understanding that many of these communities are already so vulnerable for many different varieties, especially now during the pandemic. And many of them are already exploited. So the chaos that we bring, even with good intentions, is something that we need to recognize. And especially now during the pandemic, one of my main concerns is that many of the local organizations have lost their funding. And so it's still many of the multinationals that have more of a voice, more of a say in what happens to our communities. And so we need to be able to empower our communities to look after their best interests in the long term. Next slide. Next, many of these programs use technology that is very expensive, it's proprietary, and they're closed systems. So we rely on these systems of external consultants, whether they're external to the community and local, or whether they're foreign expats that are being brought into the communities. And we end up with these, what I call map for ransom or data for ransom, because you're constantly paying this external person because it is perceived to be too complicated for the local community to have the capacity to learn. So the system is broken and unaffordable. Next slide. Next, we often have a lack of participation from the communities themselves. People fly in, collect their data in very brief periods that's supposed to represent an entire history of a community, and they often lack the local culture and local context to make truly informed decisions about that community. And then, especially the women are missing from this conversation. And we know that many MSMEs in ASEAN are represented majority by women. So women have a central role in the economic growth of our countries, and yet they are invisible very often in the policy, in the programming, and I'll talk about more of that research later on. Next slide. And so this is the research that I had conducted for World Bank, where I led a team of 200 people across 6 provinces in the conflict region of Mindanao. And what we had found was, by quantifying, this was a very detailed 19-page interview survey between men and women, that women actually traveled the longest distances more frequently, more often, several times a day, and yet they were often traveling on foot on unpaved roads, and when they had to pay for transportation, it was more expensive than the men were paying. So with women playing such a central role in the economic and social prosperity of their communities, they need to be a part of the process and represented in the data if we are to have a successful pandemic recovery. Next slide. So for that particular study as well, looking at the fully local model, instead of bringing in outsiders into these very vulnerable communities, I actually recruited out of the 200 staff, 180 from the local communities themselves to complete the work. And because of the downloading of that, it's the opposite of outsourcing, it was more insourcing. I was able to pay the data collectors and surveyors $25 to $50 a day, plus a per diem, plus insurance, which in the Philippines, the minimum wage is $6 a day. And lastly, we have a scarcity of good jobs with livable wages, where many, especially the creative community, have to have other sideline jobs because it's difficult to maintain their role in the creative industry with a lack of support. So we want to be able to elevate that for the local communities. Next slide. Lastly, we have the risk of climate change. On top of all these risks already in the pandemic, we have to deal with these often unforeseen and now foreseen challenges in our communities. So this is a reality that we need to include in all our planning and implementation. Next slide. So the solution that we have been working on even before the pandemic is called Open Knowledge Kit. And the focus is really on local knowledge, on creating local jobs, and also the local stewardship of that community. So instead of all these multiple scattered initiatives, the women of that community and the leadership of that community is that central repository for this knowledge, because they are actually trained how to collect this data, how to analyze this data. And I have to stress that we focus on non-technical people. So these people have no background in computer science and mapping and engineering, but we have taught that we can train them in 2 days from the age of 6 years old, from the youngest to 60 plus. Next slide. So what we really want to do is use these free and open source tools to empower the local women and their community to regenerate their economies and to have stewardship of the economic, social, and climate prosperity of their communities. Next slide. So this is where it gets techie, and I'll explain more in the next session, but the data collection is really critical to be able to understand how do we even lift up out of this pandemic if we have such, if there's so much missing data at the very local level and especially at the most vulnerable communities. So this is all very techy. We use a lot of free and open source mapping technologies, 3D reconstruction, and also all these skills, when we train them to collect this data, that community can now undergo all the data collection and all the research and all the analyses for other projects. And so we're moving towards a local procurement policy supported by government, that if there is a research project or a data collection project, that the local community should be the first persons to be hired or tapped for those projects. Next slide. And the reason why I'm so supportive of mapping and geospatial technologies, but very specific to the free and open source geospatial technologies, is that mapping and data science is experiencing the highest growth rates in Asia Pacific. Mapping and data science in general is higher in industry growth than other industries, about 9 to 11%, but in Asia Pacific alone, it's up to 26% projected growth. If you think about all the apps on your mobile phone, all those are built on maps. And so we established these youth mapper chapters, which are in universities. It's free to join. Everything I will say is free to join. Where it becomes leadership and stewardship. We have chapters in over 300 sites and growing. And to really help anchor the skills that we teach in the community with the local universities, and also because mapping can be taught very rapidly, and especially in this need for critical employment, students can participate. And we've seen, as you can see, it's like a party whenever we do a mapping party, because they're so excited to be able to contribute something real that reflects in their community that can be seen all over the world. Next slide. So the 3 immediate opportunities that I always share is that we can use these tools to involve women, to create employment, and be able to fill the gaps of huge missing information to be able to plan a pandemic recovery. Next. Next is road safety. So this is about infrastructure and why I've become so involved with road safety, because the International Road Assessment Program is actually leading an initiative, and Indonesia, many ASEAN partners, many international countries have already signed on to this agreement because of the safety issues, the morbidity, mortality issues related with unsafe roads. And I'm excited about this initiative because these are very technical analyses. This is very technical data collection that's done every 100 meters. So to me, that means every 100 meters, that's a job for someone to do. And then for the analytics, it provides very detailed solutions on how that local government, tailored to their existing budget, can address those road safety needs for the short term and for the long term. And the focus of this is really to help develop those local roads that are so much needed in communities where we know that at the local level, there is a lack of capacity for road planning, road mapping. And so this is where the mapping tools can be really critical, and to connect them to local, regional, and national road infrastructure. Next slide. And then there's the risk of climate change. So in the next session, I will be discussing how our technologies can make disaster risk modeling and climate change modeling much more affordable and also be provided by the local community to be able to address these very serious issues. Next slide. So all this data, I've been talking a lot about data and mapping and analyses. This can now inform sustainable agriculture and food security programs where we're growing high-value crops and targeting premium ethical clients, whether locally or abroad, and working with smallholder farms. Next slide. And helping creative industries and the tourism and hospitality program, because my prior background was in Four Seasons. So we're working to elevate not just the local skill level, but for those that want to go abroad and work, it's not just for any employer, but being able to establish a more ethical supply chain where the employers that are able to graduate from our highly skilled program are also provided with fair wages and good treatment by their employers. Next slide. Oh, that's what I mentioned with the focus on cultural tourism. As we talk about building back tourism, it's how do we strengthen those clients that are focused on cultural tourism versus an Instagram photo and they disappear. So people that are really understanding and respectful of the local culture. And these are very small groups that we target. So it's really also more in line with the capacity of the local community. It's very difficult when you have large tour buses and large cruise ships, and it drains a lot of resources. It's very tiring for the local community. And especially in ASEAN, our culture is very humble and very warm and welcoming. So both the community as well as the clients can have better experiences. And I'm not saying that everything has to be extremely expensive, but just a little bit higher than what's traditionally being offered. So that the community only needs to do a few of these engagements in a year to be able to sustain themselves well and also retain the dignity of their culture. Traveling Spoon is actually a great online platform for these culinary experiences that really focus on talented cooks and chefs that share their culture, both online, and then you can book for the places that you can travel to as well. Next slide. That is actually the last slide. So I hope that when we look back, that 2020 is a year of perfect vision and clarity rather than hindsight, because we know what the foundational needs are that need to be addressed to be able to achieve the economic, social, and climate prosperity of our communities. So I hope you can join us and learn more at the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Selina, for the presentation. It highlights many lessons learned that we can take up, including how we can provide the local model, a local a solution that can provide decent jobs, and by having the access to knowledge may become one of the solutions to open up many opportunities as well as to gather many collaboration in the future. So this is in line with the SDGs, then how we can also provide decent jobs, collaboration among stakeholders. And later on, we can, Pak Abdul Hadi will also provide some commentary to the three presentation. And before that, I would like to remind all participants that joining us, whether through Zoom or through YouTube channel, you can start to ask questions to the question and answer panel. And you can raise your hand as well, and later on, the committee will select some of the questions to be answered by the panelists. Now it's time, I would like to welcome Pak Abdul Hadi. If you have any comment for the presentation from the three panelists, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Teguh. Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi, good morning everyone. First, I will like to say thank you very much to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the whole committee having me here. I'm very glad to be part of this superb event. And I start hope in the next 5 or 10 years, next 5-10 years, when the small medium enterprise take a significant role in the growth of economic, we will look back to this event as an event of the initial steps. Talking about the pandemic, digitalization and opportunity, personally speaking, I'm a believer that even without the COVID-19, going digital is one of the certain things in life's change. Back to 15 years ago, if someone come to me and say, I will buy the shoes through the online, maybe I will not buy the ideas. But a week ago, when all e-commerce did 11/11, I confront that if e-commerce come to me, bring the fact they sell 1,000 shoes for 10 minutes. We compare 15 years ago and now, they can sell 1,000 shoes in first 10 minutes. That's the digitalization for the e-commerce. But now, I'm consider about the growth. I talk about the brand, it's the international brand, not the Indonesian brand. But apparently, the amazing starts could create a moral hazard in e-commerce industry when you know how massive the demands for popular shoes brand are. Why do we have to play with a niche market, which is our common objective, small, medium enterprise? So, this is our real challenge. This is our real challenge to tackle all the barriers for small, medium enterprise to compete with the big leaguers in the digital industry. So I'm very glad to have the presentation from Pak Muhammad Nyam, tell how government, what they did, what they done, and what they do to improve our e-commerce. So I appreciate the speaker for enlightening us regarding change and opportunity to deal with it. I personally hope that we can push in equality of resources between big player and small, medium enterprise. No more lack of technology literacy, infrastructure, capital, and change to be the same playing field. Now, if you don't mind, Pak Muhammad Imam, can you tell us about our positioning in the ASEAN region comparing with the other countries about e-commerce and digital creative economic? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Abdul Hadi. As you have many experience involving with Pasaraya, Bank Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, and also mentorship related to CSR programs from different private sectors. Your view about e-commerce and how the access of micro, small, and medium enterprise to digitalization is as much as important on how they can be facilitated to improve their competitiveness in the future. Thank you. Now we have come into the discussion session, and all the presenters and panelists have conveyed some important message. And now I would like to invite, we have about 20 minutes. Yeah, we have about 20 minutes for the discussion. Now I would like to invite first our participants in the venue. If there are any questions that you would raise to the panelists. Okay, please provide the microphone for the lady in the center table. And please mention your name and your institutions.
Thank you, and my name is Rina. I'm from fashion company named Ethnic. We produce natural bag from burlap and jute and combine with batik and woven, and we collaborate also with the women weavers community in Klungkung, Bali. I have two questions, and the first one is to Pak Neil from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. To be honest, I'm very interested about the topics and such a good news for small enterprises. But the things that I want to ask is how can we reach the government directly to collaborate or access the export program, or at least to promote our brand or to other countries? Because a few months ago, I have contacted some Indonesian trade promotion center at some countries. And the second one is, I have a question to Ms. Salina. How can you convince the women in the region to want to learn and be more empowered? Because as we know that Indonesia is still stick with custom and culture that might still limit women's freedom to choose their own way of life. Because I think there's so many programs actually from the government or NGO, but the problem is from their self. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rina, for the questions. Now I would like to ask whether there is one more question for the participants in the room. Okay. Now, Pak Neil, are you still joining us? Neil, the question is how to access the program for export facilitation from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. And you may address this to Ms. Rina directly.
Ibu Mbak Rina, Ms. Rina, for the questions. If I can say simply like this, you can check out our social media, the social media of the Kementerian, social media, and also the website. Of course, we will always post all the programs over there, facilitation over there, and basically kepoin, keeping a creative economy players here to be able to export, to improve their business skill, to improve their ICT skills, and so on. So that's the first question. And the second one, ITPC. Well, I think you have to. I don't know whether we have to contact with the Ministry of Trade for mostly, probably because the ITPC is under the Ministry of Trade. And also I would like
and how can our tools help achieve those needs? So with funding, with programming, training. So we really focus the conversation on that. And knowing that in some communities, women are often left out of the conversation, we actually make an effort to include women in the mapping training. Because typically once we hear mapping and data science, it's typically men, computer science, engineering that are invited to the workshops. So I specifically ask for who is working with the women, who is working in agriculture, with the artisans, with tourism, because those are usually the people with the best local knowledge. And what community leaders are across government, business, not
also to engage with the other stakeholders and improving the local knowledge and how the community, small and medium enterprises can also access more opportunity by providing the model, as you mentioned, that will improve the ownership and later on can provide the modalities for them to grow sustainably in the future. Thank you again for Pak Neil, Selina, and Pak Abdul Hadi, and also Ibu Sylvie Forbin from WIPO for joining us in this panel session. I apologize if during the session there are some challenges, and hopefully with this hybrid meeting we can continue our conversation in a more constructive way, because this is something that maybe we can live and also have not only now but in the future. Thank you again for the Minister of Foreign Affairs for having this facilitating this session, and hopefully this will benefit and also improve our knowledge on how digital creative economy in ASEAN can support the achievement of sustainable development goals. With that, I conclude this panel session. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Now over to MC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Moderator and panelists. We will now adjourn for 30 minutes. For those joining us here at the Hilton Nusa Dua, we provide coffee break right outside of the ballroom. For those joining us virtually, please enjoy your refreshments too. But please remember to rejoin us shortly with one last panel session. See you soon.
There is a belief that the ancestors of the Lao people were Nagas, and they stayed to safeguard and delivered fortune to their descendants. In return, to show respect, Lao indigenous peoples incorporate images of Nagas into their lives. They have Nagas everywhere, at the temple, at home, on their houseware items, and on their clothes. The Naga symbol comes in different shapes and forms, and they are made of various materials related to various purposes and ceremonies. Here you see the monks and villagers making a boat in the form of Nagas, which is for the preparation of Op Pansa festival, or known as the ceremony for the end of the Buddha Lent. The Naga design is also woven into textiles. Weaving the Naga motif into cloth requires several work processes, from yarn making, spinning, dyeing, making the warp, setting up the loom, creating the pattern, and weaving the cloth. Traditionally, the body part of the Nagas is mostly woven in natural white yarn, with the crest predominating in powerful colours, which is to demonstrate the supernatural powers it possesses. The dyer must therefore prepare symbolic colours, such as red, green and gold. Weaving is a cultural heritage that has been passed down from mother to daughter in oral form for centuries, but recently many weaving studios and family cottage industries in Laos have started to organize training courses in order to preserve and promote the tradition. Setting up the loom needs lots of time and patience. After making the warp, the weaver has to attach each yarn one by one into the weaving equipment. It is the fundamental process to give a perfect texture. All the yarns should be arranged in the right order and at the right tension. To create the Naga motif, the weaver should plan ahead. What technique she will apply. It can be ikat, or supplementary weft, or warp. And if she will prepare the design by making an illustration, or following the pattern from an ancient masterpiece. The weaver has to work carefully with the position of the design and with the number of threads. In making a motif, if the count of a single yarn is missed, the whole design will go wrong. She therefore has to concentrate on the counting with a lot of attention, especially for the first line of threads. To keep the motif repeatable, after picking up every line of motif, the weaver will store it into the long heddle. It works like a memory chip of a computer that the weaver can get back to and reuse whenever she wants. To complete one Naga design might take several days, with the weaver repeating the same process of counting the yarns, picking up the design and storing. The Naga design is considered as one of the most delicate and prestigious patterns of Lao woven textiles that every exceptional weaver should be able to do. The value is not only due to the technical intricacy, but the Nagas have been part of people's lives for many centuries, which is not only a cultural heritage, but also a spiritual heritage.
Hanoi, the city for peace. Hanoi, the city of creativity. But Hanoi is also a city of 1,000 years of civilization, known for its unique culture and folk traditions. Craft villages, especially Vạn Phúc Traditional Silk Village, are among those values that Hanoi needs to maintain and preserve. However, the traditional vitality of Vạn Phúc has withered due to the development of the technology era. They have to apply more tech machines in the production. Folk painting from Dong Ho and Hang Chong village appear less and less today because the demand is decreasing rapidly. Economic development is inevitable, but how to develop without losing unique traditions of craft villages is a difficult question. As a tourist attraction, environmental factors are also extremely important for Vạn Phúc. Monthly, the village discharges hundreds of kilograms of silk fabric, causing a significant negative impact on the surrounding environment. The problems to solve are there, but who is willing to solve them? According to UNDP, the employment rate for differently abled people in Vietnam aged 15 and over is 36%, which means, in average, over 7 out of 10 differently abled people are unemployed. Lê Việt Cường, a differently abled person with the desire to help his community get a stable income from useful work, decided to go around Ha Dong district to recruit a team of differently abled people to, together with him, bear the solutions. Through survey and experimentation, Wood Art was born in the middle of Vạn Phúc, wishing to solve the problems of the silk village and, simultaneously, overcome unemployment rates for differently abled people. Silk scraps from the textile factories with the techniques of silk grafting by skillful hands of differently abled workers at Wood Art are now turned into beautiful, unique products. Folk paintings, the masterpieces of Vietnamese culture, are now revived by the artisans of Wood Art with those colorful scraps in áo dài, t-shirts, bags, paintings, and etc. Besides, Wood Art develops experiential tours to introduce traditional craft villages to many domestic and foreign tourists. They will get opportunities to visit the traditional silk production activities of Vạn Phúc and then return to Wood Art to join the silk grafting work with the special artisans of Wood Art's family. First, through the silk grafting activities inspired by folk paintings and experiential tours, Wood Art helps preserve the folk painting culture of Vietnam, maintain traditions of the craft village, protect the environment, and especially provide differently abled people with sustainable jobs.
Karya dari Naila. Wah, gambarnya bagus ya. Wah, karya dari Kaila dan Dava.
Ding 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 ding. Mana? Cican? Wah, di sini banyak bukunya Cican.
you understand their stories and where they're coming from, these rural communities, I think it gives you a deeper understanding of what they need to be able to, grow. And when they grow, we grow. My name is Aparna Saxena. I'm CEO of Toraja Mello. Toraja Mello is an impact business based in Indonesia, and we work with women artisan weaving communities in the east of Indonesia, primarily focused in Ntb, and South Sulawesi. So I would say being a sustainable brand globally itself is tough, but I believe with more awareness it's becoming easier. Specific to Indonesia, I think again it's about awareness creation, it's about addressing the mindset, because the moment I think the market or the people think sustainable, they think, oh, it's going to be expensive, it's going to be mahal, so yeah, I cannot wear it daily, and it's not something that's going to be functional, right? Because sustainability, being green, being ethical is associated with being expensive, and I think that's the mindset change that needs to be addressed. Because what happens with sustainability is that it lasts longer. So versus fast fashion, where you wear fast, it gets worn out fast and you buy again, slow fashion or sustainable brands actually last long and give higher and longer customer lifetime value. Ethos is community, quality and compassion. The world needs you, we need you, join the movement and become local heroes.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the next panel discussion will commence shortly. Please kindly take your seat, and those joining us virtually, kindly return to your screen.
There is a belief that the ancestors of the Lao people were Nagas, and they stayed to safeguard and deliver fortune to the descendants. In return, to show respect, Lao indigenous peoples incorporate images of Nagas into their lives. They have Nagas everywhere, at the temple, at home, on their houseware items, and on their clothes. The Naga symbol comes in different shapes and forms, and they are made of various materials related to various purposes and ceremonies. Here you see the monks and villagers making a boat in the form of Nagas, which is for the preparation.
Welcome back, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good break. We will now proceed to our second panel of the day, which is also the last panel of the ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum panel discussion. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Ari Margiono, Head of Center for Innovation, Design and Entrepreneurship Research at BINUS University International. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ari Margiono.
Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the fifth panel of the panel discussion today. This is going to be the last but not least panel for today. We're going to discuss about the ASEAN brand, ASEAN MSMEs breakthrough in the global market through digital technology. And here with us, we've got distinguished panelists from Indonesia, from the Philippines, and from Singapore, as well as a discussant, Ibu Dina Deliana from Indonesia, Selina Agaton from the Philippines, and Mr. Lee Yi-Fung from Singapore. We're going to talk about the importances of branding and usage of digital technology, such as high-speed internet, digital logistics services, big data for ASEAN MSMEs, and the process of integration to the global value chain, because I think it's important for ASEAN creative economy to link to the global value chain. And we're also going to talk about the digital transformation of MSMEs businesses in ASEAN. Digital transformation is one of the most burdensome process for small and medium enterprises, because it involves a lot of energy, it involves a lot of costs, and it involves a lot of resources as well. How do MSMEs in ASEAN can do appropriate digital transformation? Those are the things that we're going to discuss and we're going to talk in this panel. And of course, how digital technology help the ASEAN MSMEs to have access to finance as well. Finance is one of the most important thing in developing appropriate MSMEs in digital creative economy, and access to finance is important because there are a lot of inequalities. Many creative economies are from the grassroots, and they need to have access to finance. And technology will be able to help them to do that. And we're going to have discussion about that today. The first presenter, Dr. Dina Deliana, is a lecturer and business incubator director at School of Business Management in Institute Technology Bandung, and head of Entrepreneurship Development Division in LPIK ITB. She was appointed as a program director of Global Center of Excellence and International Cooperation of Creative Economy, and she's been actively involved in several startup and creative industries development activities. She's also actively conducting research on business model innovation, SME development, business incubator, and social media and e-commerce for SMEs. She also wrote a book chapter on a handbook of cultural creative industry in Asia. I would like to give the opportunity to Ibu Dina to present the first in this panel. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Ari, for the introductions. Probably apologize for me to take off my mask because I cannot breathe easily when I'm presenting. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers as well. Thank you so much for the opportunities. So probably today I'd like to share some of my thought about how to advance creative SMEs through digitalization. So probably I'd like to address some questions appointed to me. So probably I'd like to start with some definitions. Next, could you please? Okay. So here our point of discussion is actually about SMEs, but I would like to emphasize more about creative SMEs because there's some differences, particularly between the IPs, since creative economics players, whether they are as an individual or whether they are act as an business entity, they are using IP as their assets, and it is easily for creative players reaching global market because they are using digital technology to actually commercialize their IPs. So it is one of the examples on why we have to usually make some differences between the conventional MSE and also the creative and IP-based SME. Okay, next. And this is actually the fact in Indonesian SMEs. The hard truth that most of the SMEs player in Indonesia are in micro level businesses, and this is actually our biggest homework as an we call it the SMEs ecosystem, to how to level up these micro level players to small level, from small to medium level, and to medium to the highest level. So different kind of attempt, I believe, already carried out by our government and also the ecosystem. But actually this is slowly growing, and also different kind of challenges actually hit our MSEs players. So that's all why digitalization put very important role here as one of the solutions to help our creative players, and also micro, medium, and also in small level to actually reaching global stage. Next. And as far as I can see, there's some SMEs characteristics that could be hampering and could be helping our SMEs to grow further. First, mostly in Indonesia, they are actually in informal sectors, for example, like street vendors. However, in this pandemic era, this form of informal sectors of SMEs help us a lot to not facing any crisis, right? And the second, they have some ability to process craftsmen, but lack the entrepreneurial spirit to develop their business. So they are skillful, but they don't have any growth capacity to become bigger, to grow further. So that's actually one of the weaknesses. And the second, and they are actually capable of entrepreneurship by collaborating and accepting subcontract jobs and exports. And this has become the weaknesses if our players don't have any good branding capacity. They are easily become, their work become acknowledged by other brands, and they cannot actually grow their brands because they have only capacity to produce, not to actually escalate their brands. And the fast moving enterprise in MSMEs who have entrepreneurial mindset and are ready to transform into big business. This has become the opportunities, and as we know, the number is this small. So that's why we have to level up the players in the micro and in a small level to become bigger and bigger, so that they can actually grow further. Next. And this is the fact, also the fact, this is based on my own research, that where is actually the technology readiness in as the support of increasing performance of SMEs. So according to my research, there are actually 4 important factors that would help the SMEs to grow further. First is actually the capacity of alliance building and lobbying. This is one of the skills of networking, building connections, lobbying that could help them to collaborate, to do some partnerships. The second is about resource management. As we know that our SMEs, they actually built their business in the central of limitations, limited resources. So the matter of how they can manage those limited resources is really important. The third is about innovation, the capacity of innovations. As you know that this condition is expanding rapidly, the competition is increasing. So if they cannot innovate their business and product, they are easily beat by the competitors. And the last is actually about the technology readiness. So this is very related to what we are going to discuss today, is about digitalizations. So it's not about it's not only by the penetrations of digital technology like applications like social media. It's more into how they utilize it to become more effective. So we call it more into technology readiness. So the 4 aspects could help the business performance of the SMEs. However, in Indonesia, what we actually see is the technology readiness actually only found in younger entrepreneurs. So this is one of our challenges, that most of the micros and small players in Indonesia, they are in the older entrepreneurs, they are in older age. So it is not easy for us to increase their penetrations and effectiveness use of digital technology. Next. So I'd like to answer the first questions about the importance of branding and the usage of digital technology, such as high-speed internet, digital logistics services, and big data for ASEAN MSMEs in the process of integrations to the global value chain. So I'd like to answer this question through several research carried out by different parties. Next. This is actually the first that big data, as probably you ever heard before, that data is the new oil, right? So if here, if you'd like to incorporate big data to enhance the business performance, we can see here that most of the data needed for a business expanding more and more rapidly, the data is actually not only coming from internal corporation, not only coming from one business entity. As you can see here, most of the data needed for a business to enhance their supply chain management, etc., coming from unstructured data to semi-structured data, which came from their partners, came from their stakeholders. So that's why they cannot work alone to actually provide the big data, which can be analyzed and can be efficiently used for their business advancement. So next. Okay, so that's why this is one of the, you may say, one of the required actions for creative players and also SMEs, how to utilize big data further. They cannot provide all the data alone, so that's why they need to collaborate here. So this is more into the ecosystem become transformed from linear supply chain, become more complex, dynamic, and connected value network. So this is one of the terms that we are usually used, the value network. So one of the tasks that's actually in line with the finding of my research is the ability to connect, ability to build alliance and also corporations, and also collaborations is one of the most important skill as a business owner. Why? Because they cannot provide their own data and they have to collaborate to build a comprehensive data for them to be analyzed for their future decision making kind of things. So they have to start this initiative For example, they can start to have a collaboration on open data policy between one enterprise to others. For example, they can start to open API. Yeah. Those one of the some of the examples, yeah, that can be done, yeah, by SMEs to further have this data connections, yeah, between enterprises. Next. And this is actually the use of supply chain capabilities on big data usage, yeah. And here we can see that why big data is really important, because it's actually act as a optimization tools. Also, it helps startups and also economics players, yeah, to do some demand forecasting. So for that, they don't lose any opportunities to provide some products, and they only produce desirable products. Yeah, those are some of the examples on how big data can help them shape the business further. Next. And this is some of the results that companies have achieved, yeah, using big data analytics. First, they can improve their customer service, yeah, and demand fulfillment. Yeah, and also they can faster and more they have faster and more effective reactions in terms of supply chain. Yeah, and also they can increase the supply chain efficiency, and also they can have greater integrations across the supply chain. So that's why, yeah, big data is not only increasing the sales, but also they are also decreasing the costs in terms of their operations. So for that, the margin will be increased. Then the actors, yeah, of the creative players, also the SMEs, they can have bigger profit, yeah, for that. So big data is not only for increasing revenues, but also to decrease the cost, yeah, and also increasing margins. Next. So this is also why big data are far more likely to generate range of important supply chain benefits. Yeah, for example, like here, yeah, in terms of delivery, it will increase the delivery time. Yeah, so and others. Yeah, next. Yeah, and if we try to make some reasoning on how supply chain tactics and operations, yeah, can also influencing financial objective, yeah. So because the big data, one of the result of big data analysis is to increase the supply chain performance, yeah. So by all of this metric and performance, yeah, it's not only increasing the financial performance, as we can see here, it also can increase the performance of the internal company itself, yeah. As you can see here, like responsiveness, customer supports, yeah, which then could increase the customer satisfactions, yeah. And then we can see here some, in terms of market organizations, will be more efficient, yeah. So there will be less error, and also cost will be decreased as well, yeah. Next. Yeah, so if we can see here, the digital transformations become an enablers. You can see here. So it's not only become the main platform, but mostly digital solutions become the enablers on for the SMEs to grow further. So we can see the two metrics that usually used for us, yeah, to find out whether or not some of the initiative are actually works. First is about the business efficiency, and also the second is about customer experience. So if we see about branding, yeah, branding is one of the aspects, yeah, on how we can increase some customers experience. So by incorporating branding activities and enhance it by using big data, and also delivery it by with the right digital tools, yeah, we can actually personalize interactions, have dynamic and aware apps, and have deeper engagement with our customers. We can have some channel flexibility according to needs of our customers, yeah, and also we can reach some user experience even further. So by that, the customers will be more loyal, and they will increase the retentions in terms of consumptions. So then the business will no longer only rely on the new customers acquisitions, but also with the retentions of our old customers. Yeah. Next. So in more further complex diagram, we can see here that what kind of metrics actually can be achieved through digital transformations, big data, branding usage. We can see here in terms of shareholders' value will be increased, firm's profitability, firm sales, firm survival, and also in terms of brand and customer metrics, also the CLV become one of the most important metric for today's brand, and also brand equity, value equity, which then probably in terms of financial metric, it is not directly impacting the financial performance, but in the future it will retain our customers, which nowadays has become very hard for us to retain our customers, since the channels are expanding, customers has more options and the competitions become increasing. So to let our customers retain their product and have some loyalty is really hard right now. So that's why the branding, make sure that the value delivered need to be incorporated with some digital tools and transformations. Next. So however, we also spot some challenges on if we try to incorporate these digital transformations to our business. First, it's really hard for us to find some skilled worker. So skilled worker means not only in terms of the hard skill, in terms of like designing, making, etc., but also the soft skill on how to manage the community. So in terms of this, digital tools become one of the enablers, but how you engage with your customers, we still need a human touch. So that's why a community manager, a community spokesperson is still needed, and it is really hard. In fact, for my case as well, it's really hard for us to find the right persons to handle community. And now the customers is more demanding. They want to be personalized. And also, although we have like chatbot, robots, etc., still they need some human and personal touch to answer their questions and their demand. Also, the high traffic become really dangerous for security. In terms of this data in the clouds. We need to also have some new standards for communications and data formatting to make sure that we have some consistency in terms of data delivery. How about new service, new selling models, which then attach to the advancement of the technology. Now the Instagram, YouTube, metaverse, we can see it now. They change the algorithms each and every day. So we have to find the innovative way to selling our products, to marketing and bringing our products every day as well. And then how to make sure that we create something which is long-lived. And then also sometimes the operator cannot control the whole supply chain, so that's why we need to collaborate with our stakeholders. How about the high number of entities, as in Indonesia, the increasing number of channels, so the increasing number of players, so the competition will be increased. So what is your differentiation strategy? So this become very important. Also, controlling information is a challenge. Now in this co-creation environment, the consumers can actually respond directly to you, and you can also respond it correctly. So how to control this kind of information and make sure that your brand is not actually degrades. That's one is the challenging points. And location is no longer as important. You can work anywhere, by using this Zoom and any kind of digital enablers. However, how to manage the engagement with your employee become one of the challenges as well. Next. So for first questions, I mean there are actually 5 key success factors that will help the enterprise to grow further through digitalizations. First is about consistency. Make sure that you have some roadmaps. Make sure that you have some consistency in terms of your branding, communications, product delivery, service delivery. So there should be 360 consistency, yeah, from inside and outside and inside from your company, to make sure that there's no doubtness, yeah, in terms of your customers perceiving your companies and your product. Second is about connectivity. You can use different kind of channels, you can integrate different kind of tools, yeah, but make sure you have some common connectivities, yeah. Never lose any connections within each of these tools, yeah. And then interoperability, also, yeah, make sure that you can connect everything with mobiles, yeah. Simplicity, make sure that whoever use those tools and technology can easily use that. And efficiency, make sure that everything that you are using here lead to efficiency to your companies and lead to the increasing business performance, yeah, of your enterprise. So next, so I'd like to answer the second questions, yeah. Where should SMEs start their business with digital transformations? Next. So this is actually the SME ecosystem. Yeah. First, if I may answer the questions, you have to start with the core business itself. Without having a good foundation in your core business, you cannot actually expand to outside ecosystem of your business itself. Yeah. So about fulfillment, distributions, direct suppliers, direct customers, direct subcontractors, storage, financial partners, make sure that you can incorporate with some digital technology. So after you are really sure that you are content, yeah, with all of these core businesses, yeah, the digitalization of the core business, you can try to expand incorporating digital enablers through your business network and also your business ecosystem. However, next, this is according to my own research as well, in GSING, we found that particularly Indonesian creative players and entities, they are mostly utilize digital technology in distribution marketing and also in customers communications. So as you can see here, 95% comes to social media and then online stores, SEOs, Google Ads, and then advertising, yeah, in different websites. Yeah. What should be improved is actually the uses of digital technology in their in terms of creation process, purchasing, productions, and also fulfillment. Yeah, this is what need to be pushed, yeah, more to our creators. Why? Because this one will lead to what we call efficiency and integrations, yeah, of their chains of productions. Yeah, so this is what less conducted, yeah, by Indonesian players. So if I may say that in terms of payments, etc., yeah, it's already incorporated in our Indonesian SMEs, but yeah, some things with production, etc., they haven't been touched, yeah, by digitalization. That's why some Industry 4.0 probably, yeah, Industry 5.0 probably from Germany is still far from Indonesian SMEs, because it is like something untouchable by our SMEs, although it's already here. Yeah, why? Because they cannot see that this is one of the solutions, yeah, for SMEs. Yeah, so that's why the government need to close this gap, yeah, by letting some connections between SMEs to this mini factory, for example, to let them understand that this digital technology or Industry 4.0 is not that expensive for you to acquire, so you can start to use this to increase the productions and increase the quality of your products, for example. Yeah. Next. And the last question would be, how does digital technology help the ASEAN SMEs to have access to finance? So next. We can see in ASEAN, the distribution of fintech is mainly available in Singapore and second in Indonesia. Yeah. Next. And this is actually our Indonesia fintech map. So we already have startups in payment. We already have startups in POS system, crypto, accounting, yeah, crowdfunding, insurtech. Some startup for comparisons that help us to compare some financial technology solutions, and some for personal finance, lending. Yeah, we already have all of this ecosystem. Yeah. However, some of the players, Indonesian players, yeah, SMEs players, are not really accustomed to use these solutions, right? So what can be done by our government is actually to just to let them know each others, yeah, just to let startups in fintech and startups and SMEs to meet each other, then let them have these solutions of non-financial, non-banking financial solutions. Yeah. Next. So if I can see in a broader picture in ASEAN itself, yeah, the fintech is already there, yeah, and it is easier actually for Indonesian players or ASEAN players to be connected globally, yeah, because all of these fintechs are connected as well globally, yeah. So it's no longer become a challenges for us. What we have to do is just to join and connect. That's actually one of the only solutions. Yeah, we do not need to create another one because the solutions are already there. What we have to do is to let our SMEs know that there are some solutions carried out by our youngsters in startups, yeah, in fintechs particularly. Next. So some key takeaways, why should SMEs acquire some fintechs as one of their solutions? First, it could give some funding options to MSEs. Yeah. So here, for those who are non-bankable, they can use this as a funding options, and with their certain of money with specific needs. Yeah. For those who are non-bankable, they can reach some crowdfunding solutions. They can reach the peer-to-peer lending, which is acquired by OJK, yeah, particularly. And the second, fintech can give funding flexibilities for MSMEs. For those who don't have any collaterals, for those who need shorter time, for example, and they need a longer, for example, time to pay back their money. Yeah. So fintech actually gives some flexibilities for SMEs to fund their business. Yeah. So this has become one of the solutions, yeah, which makes some of the banks, yeah, are well aware, yeah, that their competitors is no longer the other brand of bank, but also the substitutes. The substitutes are actually these fintechs. Yeah. Next. So, okay, I think that's all from me. I hope my presentation can answer all of these three questions. Thank you, Pari.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dina, for the excellent and extensive presentation about the MSME and digital transformation, digital economy. I think it's enlightening to know that although digital technology is important for MSME, but there is actually a gap between the promises of digital technology, like you've mentioned earlier, with the adoption of the technology due to several issues. Like you mentioned earlier, that it's only young entrepreneurs who are engaging with technologies, but most of the micro enterprises are not yet engaged with digital technology. Our next presenter, Selina Agathon. Selina Agathon develops vibrant, accessible, self-sustaining cross-sector ecosystem to support governance, gender, and micro, small, and medium enterprise. She leads programs for World Bank, Asian Development Bank, and APAC Canada Growing Business Partnership. She returned to Manila after Super Typhoon Haiyan to regenerate supply chain in creative industry with locally led knowledge stewardship, employment, and climate change programs informed by free and open source geospatial technologies. Her global consultancy was based in Toronto for 6 years, where she led strategy, policy, and programs for the Toronto International Film Festival, Art Gallery of Ontario, Bogota Chamber of Commerce, Ontario Ministry of Citizenship and Immigration, Martin Prosperity Institute, Miami Wolfsonian Museum, and the City of Toronto. Prior to the impact sector, Selina specialized in advertising launches and marketing for Four Seasons Hotel Toronto and McMichael Canadian art collection. She graduated with a BSc in psychology, equity studies, and photography from the University of Toronto. Selina Agatun was raised in Jakarta, Manila, and Toronto. The floor is yours, Selina.
Terima kasih banyak. Okay, so for those of you that are only joining this second session, I just wanted to do a quick recap. If we could get my slide up. Thank you. So some of the things that we wanted to address when dealing with a digital economy is that we have to go back to the foundations of how do we actually count people in the creative economy when many of them don't officially exist in government registries and are invisible to government programs. So that's the first layer of information, especially in planning the pandemic relief and recovery phase. And so next slide. So the Open Knowledge Kit Regeneration Program addresses all these things. And part of the thrust right now is to adopt many new digital technologies that in fact replace the role of humans, but in our position in this unprecedented state of massive unemployment, that we need to rethink our new model of progress going forward, that our priority is to provide employment to local communities first, and then the innovation follows after that. So the focus is really to centralize local knowledge, data collection, data analyses, and monitoring to allow for better prioritization, coordination, and monitoring, so we can really understand the impact of all these cross-sector initiatives, but that it's anchored in that local community instead of at the national level or the regional level, or as we have all experienced, a revolving door of consultants. So that local community has the best knowledge about their community and they can be taught the skills to be able to manage that role. Next slide. So Open Knowledge Kit is a free and open source toolkit, and it's an employment regeneration program. We really focus a lot on the women because often in ASEAN and other countries, women are invisible as part of the policy planning and implementation phase. So we do teach everyone all these skills, but with a particular focus on women, and we'll talk about the high skill level that women contribute to the sector. And ultimately, we want to be able to achieve prosperity across social, economic, and climate prosperity. So this is an inclusive approach that helps achieve toward those goals. Next slide. So this is where it gets a little techie, but stay with me. So we teach local data collection tools, and I'll talk about 3D reconstruction and why that's important. And then also how we can use this exact same technology to then complete disaster and climate change modeling, which is a reality that we need to insert into every MSME initiative. And also how this program helps train the local community so that they can take on other projects, so that for a community, if there's any research, any programming, any planning, that community can be tapped as a local procurement policy to complete that research and to gain employment from that research rather than bringing in outsiders and expats to complete this work. Next slide. So the 3D reconstruction that I mentioned is really critical in developing these maps, in creating land titles, in these disaster and climate change models, and especially for being able to validate transportation and infrastructure logistics, because sometimes we make plans, but both public and private sector may not have access to the entire data set or the entire feedback from the community. So it's a helpful way to be able to validate if we're making the correct plans for the community. And lastly, because of the tools that we provide that are free, it becomes much easier to monitor projects remotely, especially during the pandemic where travel is restricted. Next slide. So these are the 3 tools. We have the basic model, which is 3D Street View, which can be downloaded on any kind of smartphone. So you're not having to buy any new technology. If you need higher volumes of photos, we have 360 Libre. And this is kind of like the Google Street View cameras that you've seen, except that it's, again, all these tools are free and open source software. And then when you need large-scale infrastructure mapping and tourism data capture to be done, you can use OpenDroneMap. Next slide. So just to compare the hardware, again, this is focused on civic technology, so that this is an affordable way for communities to actually create employment by assembling these tools and then also deploying the tools within their community. So on the left, I mean, you can see that the costs are much lower than industry standards on the right side. We advocate for these tools versus the very expensive and proprietary tools because we believe that local communities should have access to their local knowledge and it shouldn't require a software license or access, especially now that budgets are very limited, that communities should be able to have immediate access to their data without having to pay for someone to provide it to them. Next slide. And this is the straight up comparison that all our software is free versus the very expensive proprietary models that you see on the right. Next slide. So this is how it works. So you can actually download Open Data Kit from your favorite app store, and you can learn how to customize any kind of survey and data collection, whether it's an interview survey or photos or videos. You can customize your own survey, upload it to phones, and this also works offline. So it works without internet access, especially in so many communities. You can continue to do all your data collection using your smartphone or your tablet, and then when you have internet access, you can upload the tools. And if there is internet access, the benefit of that too that we've seen in the field is sometimes there's errors or adjustments you need to make to your data collection. So rather than using paper where there's a lot of errors, and then in encoding, there can be errors in coding as well. This automates the geolocation. So when someone says, I am from Nusa Dua in Denpasar, that's already pinned onto a map. So nobody has to map that. And so the beauty of this is we can train people remotely. We've been training people remotely for over a decade. And during the pandemic, with limited internet access, because many people can no longer afford to pay for internet, we've been training communities using Facebook Messenger. Next slide. So this is Diohana. This is one of the women I've trained over the pandemic. She's an indigenous Tedurai mother from the conflict area. There's actually an ongoing conflict in her community. I trained her for 20 minutes using Facebook Messenger to be able to do this 3D reconstruction. So what we need her help with is to take 360-degree photos in 3 different angles so that our software pieces together and reconstructs her photos. So she used a $150 smartphone that she had, and after 20 minutes, she went out and took photos, and this is the result of her very first try with 3D Street View. Next slide. So this is what it looks like as she's taking photos. So as she goes along the street, she just keeps taking photos in a circle, takes a few steps forward, takes photos in a circle, and just keeps going. And then, next slide. Next slide. It just takes a second to load because this is very high resolution. So we were able to reconstruct her environment using our software. And you can see her phone was $150, but you can see such high level of detail that can actually measure. So this is photogrammetry, which means you're not just looking at a photo. You can extract how wide this road is, how deep the potholes are. And as she turns here into this building, we could even use this for tourism to be able to map, and you can navigate a place as if you were there. So this is different from what you see with Google Street View that's distorted. This is as if you were there. It's a 3D reconstruction, which is also called a digital twin, meaning that it's an accurate representation of that. So you can assess all the features here and tag different data. So she could also be trained to then identify This is the location of a tourism destination. These are the hours that it's open, and all the different bits of information that can categorize that particular space, as well as identifying what kind of infrastructure needs or repairs need to be done in the community. Next slide. And if you need a higher volume of photos much faster, then you can use 360 Libre. You would just take 7 Raspberry Pi cameras, and this is like our own version of Google Street View, and off you go. So you can train this in 2 days. First day to collect data, second day to analyze. Next slide. And this is really the jewel of the crown. So what Open Drone Map allows us to do is you can mount the camera on any kind of drone model. Some drones that use this very expensive technology are also very expensive, but we can mount our technology on any drone. And what it does is creates that 3D reconstruction model. And this is also 2 days of training. So 1 day on how to take the drone imagery, the second day on how to analyze the imagery. Next slide. And this is what we actually produce to complete disaster risk and climate change modeling. So this is extremely expensive. It's usually starting at $500,000 to start, and you need an airplane and you need all kinds of permissions. But now we're able to complete this type of what's called digital elevation modeling and digital surface modeling, what you see on the left and right, at 1/5 of the price. So it's 1/5 to 1/3, depending on the specifications of the geographic area. But what that means is you can actually plan infrastructure and look at modeling for 5 years, 10 years. We've done 100-year modeling so that the infrastructure you're planning is in safe areas and not in the areas that are at risk of floods, of landslides, storm surge, tsunami, etc. And this is the reality that we have to deal with, but often it's very expensive, or there's other barriers to completing this. Next slide. So part of this kit is teaching a mapping workshop over 2 days. So for this mapping workshop, we use OpenStreetMap, which is already in its teenage years. It's 17 years old, and used by all these big famous brands that many of you use. And OpenStreetMap is the mapping platform that we use that's behind it. The reason we don't use Google Maps is Google owns your data. Google is proprietary, and if you read the fine print, you actually have restricted sharing access unless the other person also purchases a license. And so what we believe is that for humanitarian and development purposes, especially now during the pandemic, that this base level of information that I'll show you should be freely available to everybody. And even Gojek here in Indonesia uses OpenStreetMap. So we teach this in 2 days. There are smaller tasks and could be 1 minute of training or 30 minutes of training, but to understand how to collect data in the field, use the surveys, how to create digital maps online, validate digital maps online as well. And then lastly, how to analyze the big data analytics, so bringing in all those layers together and seeing what patterns emerge. We can do that in 2 days. And the beauty of it is that we actually focus on non-technical people. So anyone that has the interest and capacity to map can learn to map. And as I mentioned in the prior section, the youngest person we've taught is 6 years old. The oldest person we've taught is 60 plus, who are non-technical people. Usually I say, if you can Facebook, you can map, because sometimes Facebook is harder to learn, to navigate. Next slide. This is the big data analytics layering tools. Usually it's a $1,500 license to use Esri, but QGIS is actually what also the big UN, World Bank donor agencies use, and it's an excellent tool for big data analytics. Next slide. And this is what it looks like. So especially now during the pandemic, OpenStreetMap provides 6 different layers of free satellite imagery that you can access on the platform. So what that means is you can look at this community, and what you see here are the roads, the rivers. The areas that you see in gray are actually unpaved roads. So for infrastructure development, we want to be able to prioritize local road development because MSMEs And for the women, local roads are so critical to be able to do the employment that they do in the community, but to also take care of the healthcare and other tasks that they take care of for the family. So you can see how, even if I'm not in this particular area, I can use the satellite imagery to help map or to complete the mapping in that region. So this is where we have our community of over 7 million users that often support our remote mapping efforts that are for humanitarian purposes. And then also, we then turn it over to the local community that we teach, because the local community has the best local knowledge. So they know the names of the roads, they know the names of the buildings, and that's the really critical information that nobody else can provide. Next slide. And so this is one of the bigger projects that we work with World Bank, leading a team of 200 people across 6 provinces, where we taught 180 of them how to map. And typically, actually, in our mapping workshops, what we've been doing is separating the men from the women from learning. We have found that women have a really excellent aptitude for mapping because of their wealth of knowledge and all the everyday tasks they do in their community, and also their eagerness to participate and to share valuable information on what kinds of services and what kinds of infrastructure that they need in their communities. So we've seen them to really excel being detail-oriented people as well. So that's been very exciting for us to discover. Next slide. And I mentioned this at the last talk as well, but this is the reason that we're supporting this, is that the mapping and data science industry is one of the largest growing industries, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. And what this allows people to do is to actually work remotely from home. We've had so many challenges with migration. We have shared histories in Indonesia and the Philippines of having to travel on cruise ships and work abroad. And this allows people to work from home, to stay with their families, and to work safely during the pandemic, and also to provide valuable information to enrich the maps in their local community, to help foster local economic development, and then also to accept employment from international organizations, from national organizations. So there's a lot of flexibility in this kind of work. And so the GIS, Geographic Information Systems, the geospatial, the mapping community, they do largely work remotely. So it's an excellent opportunity that what we have shown with our model is it can be very quickly taught in the 2 days that we showed, and a lot of practice. And probably one of our best examples is a young woman who taught herself how to use OpenStreetMap. And she is now the official cartographer for the Washington Post. Hannah Darmida is her name. She's back in Washington now. But just to show you that we have so many fast-track employment opportunities with the critical amount of data that's needed in the sector right now, and the critical level of life-saving employment that we really need to generate in our community. So this provides viable, fully implementable, we've shown through our Facebook model how that works. Next slide. And lastly, I wanted to share the most recent World Bank project I actually finished last month, where again, using the model of how do we work with local people, with local devices, where they don't have to buy expensive equipment. So that's what I did. I was asked to conduct traffic speed and volume surveys for national roads in the Philippines. And instead, we created a new model just using their smartphone. And instead of hiring outsiders with their very expensive equipment and all the travel costs, hotel costs, consultant costs, I just recruited from Facebook, interviewed people on Facebook, and then trained them. In the pandemic, we actually had a whole training guide, and we know that because of nutrition and the lack of employment, that learning and retention is quite challenging. So I actually just threw out the training guide, and instead of very expensive equipment, we just used plastic bottles and plastic chairs and their smartphone, and then I trained them on the spot. So as a result of this, I was actually able to pay the data collectors $50 to $100 for just 1 hour of work. And so while these projects, there can be just a few of them, what we really hope to propose with governments and with the private sector is that they train the local community how to generate this data, because Not only is this process a faster process to collect and gather and analyze data, it's actually more accurate because we're using geospatial data. We're using a lot of video, we're using a lot of satellite imagery, so you can really validate whether data is collected correctly. And most of all, we use only free and open source tools because our goal is really to fast track that the invisible communities become visible, that we're able to include everyone in the planning that's needed to have a successful and inclusive pandemic recovery growth from here. So we hope that you can join us in our tools and inquire more about how the program can be helpful in your communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Celine, for wonderful stories about how technology are implemented among communities, among through bottom-up processes. It's actually good to see that the technology that used to be distant, that used to be expensive, that used to be inaccessible to these people, now they can use that easily, and everyone can use that. I think this is what Bu Dina mentioned earlier, that the technology 4.0 is something that is distant to many SMEs, many MSMEs in ASEAN countries, but this example shows that it's actually accessible and easy to use. Thank you very much for that presentation. The next presentation, the third panelist is Mr. Lee Yi-Fung. Mr. Lee is actually the Executive Director for ICM and Digitalization in Enterprise Singapore, and oversees the Infocom technology and media sector. He's been working closely with Singapore-based companies within the sector to facilitate their growth, both in acquiring capabilities as well as in uncovering new demand markets. As the government agency championing enterprise development, Enterprise Singapore works with committed companies to build capabilities, innovate, and internationalize. Mr. Lee holds a bachelor honors degree in economics from the National University of Singapore and a master's in business administration from Shanghai Jiao Tong University. The floor is yours, Mr. Lee.
Hi, good morning. Really glad to be here with everyone, even though it is virtually. My name is Yi-Fung, and the organization I come from is Enterprise Singapore. We are part of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and actually our core role is indeed to help Singapore enterprises grow. And part of that role, it is about building enterprise capabilities. And in today's context of the digital economy, it is about building capabilities in how to navigate the digital channels. So today, I thought as part of my sharing, it's a bit of a share back in terms of the key lessons that we have learned working alongside many of the entrepreneurs in the M and SMEs. Right, so digitalization is actually quite a big word, and it's often useful to break it down into parts to talk about. Many people think about the SMEs in terms of the SME sizes, but it may be also useful to think about them in the different profile characteristics. We tend to think of them in sort of three buckets of SMEs. The first bucket, we can call them the digital-first SMEs. These are tends to be your younger entrepreneurs. They started out on digital platforms themselves. So these entrepreneurs, even though they may be still small, but they understand how the digital channels work, and the support that they need is likely in the form of mentors, accelerators, funders to give them advice on their business growth. The second big group of SMEs that we deal with, we can call them the digital believers. Right? These are SMEs who already understand the importance of digital channels and digital capabilities. and they do want to do these things. Their big challenge is how, right? And we will come back to this in a little bit in a while. And then the third group of SMEs, we can call them the digital skeptics, right? Because these are the group of SMEs that they hear a lot about the digital economy, they hear about the digital channels, but they are not quite sure how this will work out for them yet. And therefore, they are watching the digital economy, but they are not participating actively yet. Right? So for this last group of SMEs, I think for the role of the government, the role of the community, I think it's about letting them be able to experience the digital economy in low-cost manners. Right? But if you come back to the digital believers and the big question of how, the way we think about it is to think about them from different stages of digital maturity. Right? So for those that are really just starting out, we call them from 0 to 1. There are many things that can actually be done in a relatively low-cost manner. Today, in those solutions, there are many free or near-free solutions that are out there that actually the small SMEs are able to pick up quite easily. The advice that we see people navigate this is to pick things that don't have a lot of lock-in, allows a lot of flexibility for the SMEs to switch course as they progress into their business. Because when they are young and they are taking up their first 1 or 2 solutions, they are not very clear what are their operational needs yet as they grow further. So keeping flexible, keeping low cost. Today there are many SaaS-based solutions that are out there that SMEs can pick on easily. The next stage is then where as the company starts to grow, that's where a lot of the complexity sets in. And at this part, it is all about the operations. Right? Whether it's at the front end about the brand presence. Today, we know all the channels that are out there. But a lot of the SMEs, even when they have a strong brand, their challenge is how do I translate the brand that I have onto a digital platform? How do I be consistent in my brand communication to my customers, who today are also my followers on my social media channel? The next stage is even more important, which is even as you have lots of followers and lots of leads, lots of likes, how do you convert these interests into actual sales? Right. So in the physical world, many of the SMEs already understand some of these things. Where your product placement is, you train your staff so that they can answer questions to customers. It's the same for online, right? But the new capabilities in terms of how you interact with your new customer groups that are now interacting with you 24/7 online. What kind of promotions or in-store discounts do you give so that you entice people to check out their carts, right? All these little things needs to all come in. How do you ensure that the customer, after they purchase your products, do come back and give you a positive review so that you can get to the next customer, right? Then even the last part about the fulfillment. Many of the entrepreneurs that we met, because they are in a brick-and-mortar space, they are used to fulfilling into departmental stores or supermarkets. So their fulfillment is optimized with trucks going in bulk to their B2B customers. But now if you are doing B2C, you need to re-optimize your logistics so that you can do door-to-door delivery. So there are many little operational steps that the SMEs should pay attention to as they transit into the digital channel. Right. It may sound kind of daunting at first, but I suppose this is why we have panels and conventions like this, and we have many communities that we see that's out there that are providing support to SMEs in the local community, and I think those are things that will be really helpful to get the information out there to the SMEs. I think I will pause here. I will return the stage back to our hosts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Li Fang, for the presentation today. It was a very insightful presentation that you gave to us. I would like to open the session for question and answer. But before the question and answer session, I would like to invite Mr. Riri, who's going to be our discussant today. Riri Muktamar, he is the founder of RM Strategy, a holding company that focuses on many creative businesses, to have some comments, discussions about the presentation that we've got this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Dear everyone, Ms. Dina, Ms. Selena, Mr. Lee, thank you for insightful presentations. My name is Riri Muktamar, an entrepreneur with diversified portfolios, strong in creative economy sectors, especially music and digital interactive. I understand that each panelist has strong inner circle in your country. In this occasion, I would like to challenge all the panelists on how we can effectively connect startups from Indonesia, Philippines, and Singapore, giving them opportunities to learn new things in cross-country space, optimizing networks possessed by each panelist. I wonder, it will be great for our Asian countries' young entrepreneurs to be connected one to another, because according to my own experience, it will build stronger confidence level and sense of belonging of each other's country. I have my own experience. During my first time visiting Malaysia, everything felt so strange. After many business trips to Malaysia, I realized that I also love Malaysia and keen to work together with my fellow entrepreneurs from Malaysia. So, while seeking for any possible ways to break the global market, let's find ways to be strongly connected first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riri, for the questions or the comments to the panelists. So basically, it's the cross-fertilizations between different places in ASEAN, cross-fertilization between different entrepreneurs, startups in ASEAN. I'd like to invite panelists to respond to those challenge, if you will. You'd like to answer? Yeah, Selena, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question because we know that there are so many barriers along the supply chain, especially for MSMEs, especially during the pandemic. And so that's what I've been involved with as part of my work with APEC Canada Growing Business Partnership. And just again, all the work that I do is really seen through the eyes of MSMEs. And so trying to provide and unlock all the different barriers. An example of that is during early on in the pandemic, I worked with an indigenous weaving community in the Philippines. And like many weaving communities, they pivoted to creating masks, which in the Philippines were selling for $2. And so I connected them, because I'm also Canadian, to a Canadian retailer who was selling them for $25. And then along the way, just hearing the feedback from the communities to be able to unlock the logistics barrier. So I partnered with a logistics company that, especially for indigenous and remote areas, that they were offering free pickups and deliveries to be able to bring their goods down to Manila, where that was the main customer base. And then likewise for business development, in terms of branding, access to tools, then I would recommend, and I'll share this with the group as well. So for many of the nonprofit organizations, globally actually, not just in ASEAN, Those that are registered nonprofit organizations can go on to TechSoup, soup like the dish, and you can get a wide variety of free or highly discounted price software tools. One example is for Adobe Creative Cloud. You can get it for $5 for Zoom accounts. You mentioned Google Ads in your presentation. So all registered nonprofits can actually apply for free to receive $10,000 of free Google Ads per month. And especially as we're in the heavy holiday buying season, these can be targeted campaigns for fundraising and for just increasing customer awareness that nonprofit organizations can then share with their community. Likewise, Canva, the wonderful design tool that is also, it's a Filipino-Australian designed company. Nonprofits can access free Canva accounts, and these are pro accounts that I believe are up to 2,000 members that can access those accounts. We're also running a program, we're working very hands-on with both up-and-coming and established artists and organizations across performing, music, arts and culture, heritage, and food, which is our mandate at the Creative Economy Council of the Philippines, and working very hands-on with them to address getting their social media profiles up or optimizing their profiles. Likewise, generating local and international campaigns for them to be able to highlight the wonderful talent that they have, but as the challenge with many artists is they're not necessarily good at self-promoting or working on the digital side. So we're working with industry partners such as Facebook, and Kumu is actually a very popular Philippine. They just won $70 million in funding, and it's a popularized app that's been targeted and developed in the Philippines because of the international Philippine diaspora. But it's for performing art. So people sing and generate income through that and perform. And some artists are reporting actually higher revenues than before the pandemic through that. So we're creating a program to then spread awareness on those types of things for communities that may not have heard of them or may have challenges or have perceived kind of difficulties or are intimidated by these new technologies. So these are very short, bite-sized, very practical bits of information, and as the community provides us with feedback on what they need help on, I just simply go in and try to look for those services and tools for them. Likewise with like medical insurance, travel insurance, liability, like anything that they ask for, then that's what my mandate is, to go and try to secure for them. So.
Thank you, Selina. Budina, would you like to add?
So, okay, I believe that each of us has actually run the organizations like you have your organizations. Also, friends, Pak Fung Lee from Singapore also run organizations. In Indonesia, we have this Global Center of Excellence and International Cooperations for Creative Economy. So probably the questions of from Pak Riri said that how to connect startups from the 3 countries. Actually, I'd like to invite your organizations also, Pak Lee organizations, how if we make like some ASEAN residency program. So this is one of the GSING program as well that we'd like to connect startups from Indonesia, from Philippines, also from Singapore. I believe that they're already busy with their own work. So what we actually propose in how we can create like our product together, like co-productions or co-creations, or at least a co-branding, simply as that. Because I believe our startups, your startups, does actually have a captive market, right? So how to make sure that market, you can actually access Indonesian market, you can also access Filipinos market. We should match our brand together. So we should introduce it like small piece by piece. We cannot force like use this Indonesian brand, like use this Singaporean brand. Yes, because we believe that our market they have its preference. So probably to create some co-branding strategy. So for sure we should have like a thematic program. We cannot. We probably can find some industry with the same, we may say, backbone. for example, IP-based product. Indonesia make the music, Singapore make the video, for example. Philippines makes the design, for example. So we try to package into one product incorporated from 3 countries, for example, and we sell it for the name of the 3 countries. So you can access each of these countries' market, therefore, for those products. So I guess this is one of our initiatives that we'd like to invite partners. So I believe that the counterpart should be organization to organizations, cannot actors to actors. Why? Because I believe that every actors, they're already busy with their work. Yeah, they need someone who can help them to manage this kind of initiative, collaboration, etc. So I think this is where our role is, to help them connect and help them run the program. For example, it's like a kind of residency, or no need to be like you flying to Indonesia or our actors flying to Philippines. Yeah, we can actually use this digital technology. Yeah, you can send the music files through Google Drive, then you can send the design by using, we have different kind of technology from clouds to clouds, I guess like that. So I think that's one of the effort that should be carried out by us as a non-profit organizations, to enhance our actors, our startups to reach global market by soft approach, I guess like that, So by having like a soft approach, by collaborate, slowly entering ASEAN markets through like co-branding. I guess this is one of the start, which I think relates to our millennials market. If we can hear like collaboration between our NFT players, music and videos, right? And also collaboration with our movies, Korean Indonesia. I guess this kind of collaboration could be a soft approach. Then our market would not be how should I call it, surprised in a bad way. They will be accepting. Oh, so there's a good product from a startup from Philippines. There's a good collaboration coming from Singapore. So I guess this is actually an invitation. Probably we should talk later about this. But I guess it is one of the initiative coming from me.
All right, thank you very much, Dina.
Yeah, and just to add that for the campaigns we'll be running for the international community, we just post everything on Facebook Live, and that way it's accessible to everyone, most from MSMEs in the Philippines to anywhere else in the world. They can join along and learn along as well. Yeah.
Mr. Lee, would you like to add some?
Yeah, if I would just add, actually, even today, within our own markets and countries, there are already most likely platforms that are targeted at our startups or SMEs. Like in Singapore, we just completed the Switch, which is really for innovation and the startup community. I think these are good platforms where the community of startups and SMEs and entrepreneurs are already gathering. It could be actually really good platforms that we can use and cross-invite startups and SMEs from the other markets to actually participate, because as Dina said, everybody is very busy in their day-to-day work. But when you have good platforms where a lot of people do gather, maybe a good cross-exchange platforms as well. So it is something that we definitely can and should explore further. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, panelists, for the responses to the comments from Pak Riri. Now let me open the session for question and answer. Because of time, we need to finish at 12:40. It means that we maybe have one question from the audience in the plenary or in the offline face-to-face area, and one question from Zoom. So we've got slots for 2 questions. Anybody would like to ask questions here? Yes, ladies, lady over there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the time. I want to introduce myself first. My name is Naryani Smara. I'm from Udayana University. And I want to ask only just one question to Miss Dina. Okay, based on all of the axis of digital transformation like big data, fintechs, and etc., what is the biggest challenges of MSMEs to follow the digital information and grow further? Because as well as we know that MSMEs in Indonesia is from a lot of province in Indonesia, and from Ministry of Finance website says that Indonesia has 64.2 million MSMEs in 2021. So that's proof that Indonesia has a lot of MSMEs, and if all of the MSMEs can grow with digital information, and we know the biggest challenges, so we can maybe make the best solution, and it's gonna be good for not just for the local people in Indonesia that has MSMEs, but also for the Indonesia to grow digital economy further. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Ibu Dina, you could answer directly.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Yeah. So for me, I guess as SMEs is built by human, so the major challenges would be the human self. Sometimes, according to my own experiences, building SMEs, helping them to grow further, I think in terms of ecosystem, it's already complete. Yeah, compared to if we say a year 2015, 2014, a year before that, I think the ecosystem from end to end now already complete, and the solutions not only coming from the government, also coming from our startups. Yeah, so if I may say, the ecosystem that supports the growth of SMEs in terms of digital technology is already there end to end. But the main problem why the penetration is not reached the number yet, it's because the human. Why human? It is not only because of the skill, but the first thing is about the willingness to grow. So one of the challenges in terms of SMEs that most of them, they don't have any willingness to grow. Yeah, the growth capacity. They do not seek the growth itself. Sometimes they think that this condition is already enough for them. Yeah, so they don't want to grow further. So they are lazy to find some actions that can actually help their SMEs grow further. Yeah. So if without that willingness, nothing we can do. Yeah, in terms of government. Yeah, or any kind of institutions. Yeah, we cannot force someone to grow. Right. We cannot force someone to learn something if they don't want to. So one of the real thing is that SMEs, most of them are actually built by older entrepreneurs who are not really willing to grow. Yeah, as long as they get money to fulfill their needs, their everyday needs, and they don't have that urgency to grow their business, to use e-commerce, to use technology, to grow their capacity in terms of productions. Yeah, as long as they think that it's enough for them to fill their daily needs, so they don't want to grow up. So sometimes what our approach is, we ask these older entrepreneurs to at least ask their children to continue their business. So our treatment would be to their children, to this younger age, to give them some digitalism, to use the technology. So if we may say technology is not only digital technology. Sometimes we have this applied technology, which can help them to increase capacity of productions, etc. This is by means of Industry 4.0, or use big data not only as a data displayed, but how to analyze the data. Data is only being displayed. Big data is actually no use at all. You have to have the capacity to understand what the meaning of the data itself. So it is really hard for us to teach these lessons to older entrepreneurs. So that's why sometimes for those kind of SMEs, we ask them to collaborate with younger people. Then this young generation can help the SMEs further, or at least we let them to just use these solutions. Because we have these solutions for them who are too lazy to develop their own solutions. They can use this fulfillment system, for examples, or they can use this cloud kitchen, for examples. Yeah, there are so many solutions, but sometimes the problem is they do not have any willingness to seek for solutions. So first, the human in terms of willingness. The second, in terms of the skill, of course. Yeah, according to data, yes, most of the SMEs, they don't have any higher educations in terms of education, but actually it is not the main problem. Yeah, the education now can be reached anywhere. You can learn something from YouTube, right? You can learn something from the articles. The information is free, but sometimes it's still come to the willingness. So because they don't have willingness, they don't want to learn, they don't seek for the solutions. So that's actually the main problem. So and sometimes what government try to do, they force them to use it. Yeah, they force them to find the solution for their own. Yeah, and it's okay if from 1,000 SMEs that we approach, it's only like 100, but the 100 will be leveling up. Yeah. So where the rest of 900 is okay, stay in this micro. Yeah, but we have the next 100 micro, which will grow to the next level, and it's okay, yeah. So because we just want to help someone who wants to grow, yeah. Just focus on those numbers. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Budina. We've got 2 questions from Zoom participants, but these questions are basically a request to connect to Selina. This is a question from Amy in Davao Center and Samuel Suarez in East Timor. They're asking question, how can they be connected to your work so that they can use the technology in their respective areas?
Yep, they can look at the Creative Economy Council of the Philippines website or the Facebook page and send us a message there. So that's CECP, Creative Economy Council of the Philippines. Or you can just Google my name and send me a LinkedIn message. So.
Thank you very much, Selina. Well, we've got 3 minutes left to the end of our sessions today. I'd like to invite the panelists to have a wrap-up, 1-minute wrap-up each on what should SME and digital technology can do to help them to go into global market and be part of global value chain.
I guess I'm going to touch on something that I haven't covered before, especially because of the audience here is largely policymakers and government. And so right now I feel that absolutely there is a need to be able to support MSMEs. But the reality also is that starting a business is extremely hard, and it's not for everyone. And especially in the creative industries, sometimes artists do not make good business people either. And so what we usually implore is to support those organizations that are already doing good work and have the capacity to grow, to then be able to hire more creatives. Because there is a very, I would say even a Western pressure to create your own startup, do your own business, but we know that the failure rate, even in Silicon Valley, I think is 90% failure rate before the pandemic. And so I think we need another venue for government to support, for business and trade to support, to identify those businesses that already have the capacity and are ready to scale to other markets, and to support those organizations, because there is, and we've seen it over and over again, where programs are invested to convince creatives to start their own business, and it's very challenging and there's such a high failure rate. So we would rather encourage better companies, better organizations, and include supportive services for that as well.
Thank you, Selina. Mr. Lee?
I suppose the last part that I would maybe just add is about the working with partners and the community, the wider community. Actually, even in Singapore, while there are things that the government may do or may drive, we often actually drive this together with partners within the community. And some of these could be actually a larger companies with resources that they are also now willing to put in to work with the community of smaller companies and progress together. So this evolution towards a deeper digital economy, working with partners so that we can work at scale and at speed, I think is one of the important things as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ibu Dina, would you like to say 1 minute wrap up, please?
Yeah, I guess this digitalizations could become enablers, yeah, to help our SMEs grow. But actually, one of the main initiative would be how to increase collaborations, yeah, between ASEAN countries, because according to our studies as well, every ASEAN countries, they have their own strength, yeah, in terms of particularly creative SMEs, yeah. So why don't we connect, or at least we can share knowledge, yeah, again, and then we can try to collaborate in terms of like co-branding, co-production, co-creation, etc. Yeah, then we can share our market as well. Yeah. So this is actually also an invitation. Yeah, probably all of you here as participants or panelists as well. Yeah, you can enter our websites. Yeah, gsing.id. And we have some registrations for you to join as a community, as an expert, or as a creative economy players. So for that data, we can start to connect and reach you out, yeah, to start any initiative of collaborations. This is actually promotions, not a final word. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Budina, for the wrap up. With that, we come to the end of our session today. Thank you very much, distinguished panel, for sharing in this session. Those insights are very, very useful for everyone. And thank you very much for audience, for participants, Zoom participants, audience who are here asking questions and participating in this session. Thank you for the organizers, and thank you for everyone who are interested in this particular session. I'd like to give the floor back to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Ari, for moderating our last but definitely not the least session. Ladies and gentlemen, aside from this panel discussion, I would like to remind you that we also have ASEAN Virtual Showcase of Products and Services in our website. In this showcase, ASEAN creative economy actors present their creative products, from fashion items, arts and crafts, to animation, digital entertainment, and digital solutions. The following video shows some of our ASEAN Virtual Showcase participants. Also, if you're interested in building partnership or networking with participating companies, you may check out the virtual showcase on our website. We will also assist you in a virtual business matching program. All details are available on the same official website. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call on Pak Ari Margiono again right now to deliver the wrap-up of our 2 days, 5 panels discussion. Pak Ari, you may have the time.
Thank you very much. It's been a very lively, rich discussions in the last 2 days. There are a lot of insights, there are a lot of new things, there are a lot of new initiatives being introduced to everyone. And panelists, distinguished panelists, provided us with a lot of new information, a lot of discussions, and a lot of new things that we haven't heard before. So it would be unfair to conclude or to just wrap up in the very short moment, like 5 minutes or 7 minutes wrap up. So I took the liberty, together with the committee, to highlight instead of summarize or instead of conclude the rich discussion that we've got in the last 2 days. In the first session yesterday, we discussed why the ASEAN digital creative economy can be the next gold rush. In this panel, no doubt that we discussed that digital creative economy is on the rise in ASEAN, and the contribution of digital economy is very significant. Many of this area are new. Many of this digital creative economy area are in its infancy. So the government should provide enabling environment, ecosystem, supporting them, and the culture needs to be brought in the forefront as well, so that digital economy will flourish further. The second panel dealt further on the creative economy policies to accelerate economic development in ASEAN. Some challenges that need to be addressed in this particular area is low digital literacy and capacity, limited access to capital, and also public awareness of the copyright. ASEAN has adopted ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025 as the roadmap for enhancing digital transformation in the region. It is also important for ASEAN to continue building and improving soft infrastructure through increasing digital capacity for users, and hard infrastructure through widening digital connectivity and ease of access to digital services. We also discuss about the impact of COVID-19 that posed many challenges to creative industry. The digitalization of creative industries are important, and providing further support for digital creative subsector such as games, digital music are becoming more important in the post-COVID-19 world. In the third session, the last session yesterday, we discussed about the good corporate governance aspect of the digital creative economy in ASEAN. In order to create a supportive business climate for the digital creative economy sector, it is crucial for the government to involve all stakeholders, including the creative economy actors in the policy-making process. It's the co-creation and collaboration between important stakeholders are important in developing further digital creative economy. Co-creation between public and private sectors are important. The governance of hybrid ecosystems between the physical space and the digital space are also important because many of creative economy were developed in the physical space. Traditional culture-related culture-related creative economy was in in the physical space. So the collaboration, the development of hybrid ecosystem is becoming more and more important. One of the important things that we heard from the panelists on the third session yesterday was the importance of hearing voices of creative actors. Hearing their voices is imperative, and it's important in developing good corporate governance, because at the end, it's the creative actors themselves that benefit from the policies and from the ecosystem that are developed. This morning, today's morning session, we talked about how digital economy in ASEAN plays a significant role in sustainable development goals, how digital creative economy contributes to SDGs. This topic is relevant to support the declaration of 2021 as the year of the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development, which was proposed by Indonesia in the 74th session of the UN General Assembly. It is agreeable by the panelists that digital creative economy can contribute to significant achievement of sustainable development goals. To achieve that, the creative player actors, especially local community, needs to be supported by providing better access and facilitation, increasing skills, knowledge, ensure protection related to their intellectual property right, increase digital literacy, and other skills and infrastructure that can ease them to be adaptable with the digital transformation and compete equally in a fair market. To do this, the involvement of all stakeholders, the co-creation, the collaboration between important stakeholders in an appropriate ecosystems are needed. The other important issues need to be addressed is on how to engage local and diverse community, including women and youth, and support them to be more capable and have modality to grow sustainably. Just now, we had a wonderful discussion about the role of technology, the role of digital technology in MSMEs to engage in the global value chain or global market. The panelists discussed that or describes that the digital technology has offered opportunities to MSMEs. It ensures effectivity and efficiencies in operations. However, the technology is often perceived expensive, perceived distant. There are barriers, financial barriers, skill barriers, knowledge barriers to access this digital technology, and therefore digital transformation for MSMEs become very slow, and there are a lot of barriers. But you know, the Philippines example, using open sources and easy to use technology will help to break down the perception, and it will help the local grassroots bottom-up processes in acquiring technology and using the technology in a cheap and effective manner. Collaboration, again, co-creation is important to foster these processes, and this panel today ended with a discussion, highlights from each participant or each panelist about the importance of further focusing on community, government, and private sector collaboration. That's a few highlights of the summaries that we had in the last 2 days. Hopefully, we've done justice in highlighting the most important elements, despite many discussions and despite many rich conversations that we had in a hybrid mode between online and offline sessions. And that wrapped up our 2 days panel for this ASEAN Creative Economy Business Forum. Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor back to the MC.
Thank you so much, Pak Ari, for the highlight of our today's discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, before I close the event and invite you to have lunch at Grain Restaurant, please allow me to convey appreciation to the following institutions for their support. To the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, including Bali Creative Industry Center, from the Government of Bali, Dinas Koperasi Usaha Kecil dan Menengah, Dinas Perindustrian dan Perdagangan, Dinas Pariwisata, Balai Diklat Industri dan Pasar, Universitas Udayana, dan Denpasar Sub-Regional Police Department. We would also like to convey our highest appreciation to our panelists, moderators, and lead discussants, for our curators from ASEAN member states for ASEAN Creative Economy Products, to ASEAN Business Advisory Council of Indonesia, and to Bank Mandiri Jakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much once again for your participation, your energy, and enthusiasm for the past 2 days. Signing off from Bali, we hope to see you again in another exciting event.